Judge, quick housekeeping matter. Monday, how does Monday look?
Monday looks like we're starting at 1:30.
Okay, perfect.
All right, you're ready. All right, Jerry. All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, call your next witness.
Officer Pollard.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Jameer Pollard.
State.
Officer Pollard, what do you do for a living?
I am a patrol officer for the San Antonio Police Department.
You are a certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
And as a certified police officer, what kind of training have you had?
Patrol training, driving, tactics, shooting, and educational courses on the penal code and CCP and traffic law.
As a result of being an officer with the city of San Antonio, I guess you have to go to the academy.
Yes, sir.
And how long is the academy?
About 8 months.
And then when you get out of the academy, do they let you out alone, or do you have to go with the field training officer?
We're with a field training officer for 3 months.
And in addition to that, is there any type of yearly requirement?
Yearly in service every year.
And what is it?
In service is it's a week-long training, updates of laws, requalifying with firearm, driving and tactics, just updating on new things that are going on.
And where are you currently assigned?
Are currently assigned to East Patrol daylight shift.
And as a patrol officer, what are some of your duties as a police officer?
Take calls for service such as disturbances, accidents, assaults, thefts, things of that nature.
And so you respond to calls.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you respond, what are you wearing?
My patrol uniform.
Is that similar to the uniform that you're wearing right now?
Yes, sir.
And when you respond, what kind of vehicle do you drive?
Patrol vehicle, a marked patrol vehicle.
And when you say a marked patrol vehicle, what is a marked patrol vehicle?
It's the Ford Explorer. It has police on it and San Antonio police on it.
It's a car that identifies you as a San Antonio police officer.
Yes, sir.
And when you are responding to calls, who's with you in your police car?
Just me.
So you respond to locations by yourself?
I usually go to calls with someone else, but they're in their own car.
And as we look back to February the 2nd of 2018, were you by yourself that night?
No.
Did you have a partner?
Like in the car?
Yes.
Oh, no, I was by myself.
And so let's say close to midnight, let's say about 11:40 or so. Did a call come out?
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
It was a call for a shooting in progress.
Now, the shooting in progress, where did you respond to?
The address was for 203 St. Christopher Walk.
Now, as you respond to 203 St. Christopher Walk, how long do you think it takes for you to get there?
From where I was, less than 3 minutes.
And then when you get to 203 St. Christopher Walk, or how close do you get before you have to park?
Almost right next to it.
And so when you get to 203 St. Christopher, what happened?
One of the parents said that they heard gunshots.
Right, that'll be sustained.
When you spoke to one of the parents, what was your demeanor like?
Calm and professional.
With their how do you rephrase? When you responded to, what was the scene like?
Chaotic at first.
So when you get there, it's chaotic. And when you get there, what do you see when you look in?
When I go inside the apartment, I see multiple bullet holes throughout the wall and multiple kids inside the location as well.
And did you see anybody injured inside the location?
Not inside that location.
So you went to one location first,
Yes, sir.
and and in this location, you noticed a bunch of bullet holes?
Yes, sir.
And so the first location you went to, you noticed a bunch of bullet holes, and but you didn't see anybody injured.
Correct.
And so what happened when you left that first location?
I was told, one of the neighbors came up to us and said that.
And object to hearsay.
Sustained.
And did you speak to one of the neighbors?
Yes,
And as a result of speaking to one of the neighbors, what did you do?
they stated that one of
And
the,
object to hearsay.
Sustained.
One of the neighbors that you talked to, who was this person?
I believe it was Felix Herrera.
And so as a result of speaking, I guess going to the first location, did you go to a second location?
Yes, sir.
And what was the second location like?
Chaotic as well,
And why was it chaotic?
because there was a teenager laying on the floor with blood around his head.
And did you speak to the father of the teenager?
I believe so.
And I can imagine with his son being there, what was his demeanor like?
I don't remember.
And so you saw a teenager on the ground.
Yes, sir.
So what did you do?
I called for EMS to make the location.
Were there other officers there with you?
Yes, sir.
And so what were you guys doing?
I believe I was on the radio. I don't know what the other officers were doing.
Did some of the officers go to the boy on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And what were they doing to the boy that was lying on the ground?
I believe making sure he had a pulse.
Now, you said that you were on the radio. Were you calling EMS or?
Yes, sir.
And when you call EMS, how do you do that? Is there a direct, you go through an operator? How does that work?
Just you state your call sign and just say that you need EMS at the location for a victim with a gunshot wound.
So seeing the boy on the ground, could you see any blood?
Yes, sir.
And so your job was to call for EMS to get them out there?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it took them to get there?
I don't remember.
But EMS did arrive?
Yes, sir.
And so while other officers were with the boy on the ground, and then you were calling for EMS, what do you do next?
You should be calling for a sergeant to make the scene and any detectives. that are monitoring to make the scene.
And are you also trying to find out, who did this?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
You look for any potential witnesses that may have seen the incident.
And did you find any witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to identify a direction for you to go to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what direction was that?
They gave us an apartment, 928 Angela Walk.
So you were looking for the shooters at 928 Angela Walk.
Yes, sir.
So while the boy is being worked on and transported to a hospital, you're out there at 920 in front of, did you go to 928 Angela Walk?
I did not knock on the door, no.
But what happened with other officers? Did you surround it, or what did you do?
We surrounded the entire building.
And could you look in there and see if there were any lights or anything?
I don't believe so.
And while you were surrounding 928 Angela Walk, you received notice of another shooting, of another victim.
Calls for hearsay answer directions.
That'll be overruled.
You can ask.
Later on during the night, yes. I was notified that there was another victim on the next street south of where I was at.
But you didn't make that other location.
No, sir.
Okay, so other officers responded to that location.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of 928 Angela Walk, you said that when initially you talked to a witness who pointed out that location. Who was that person?
It was either Isabel Rodriguez or Brianna Rodriguez. I don't recall which one.
And were you able to, from talking to them, were they able to tell you about what happened reasonably soon after the event that it occurred?
Yes, sir.
And so what did they say?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you talked to them, what they were like, their demeanor?
I don't recall.
But from talking to them, you were able to identify a location.
Yes, sir.
And so, how long do you think you were out there?
At that call?
Yeah.
Maybe 10 hours.
Being out there for 10 hours, what are you doing out there for 10 hours?
We were waiting for SWAT to arrive.
And so were there officers in the front of 928 Angela Walk?
Yes, sir.
And were there officers assigned to the rear?
Yes, sir.
And why do you do that?
To make sure no one leaves.
And so after, I'm sorry, how long did you say?
About 10 hours.
Did someone eventually come out of 928?
Yes, sir.
And who were they?
Richard MONTEZ, Andres Martinez, and Juan Martinez, and I believe one other, but I don't know her name.
So those three people were taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
And then so essentially, once they were taken into custody, that pretty much finished the call. For you, or did you have other duties?
I still had to go to headquarters and wait for them to give their statements.
And so were you transporting?
I don't remember if I transported them or not. I believe so.
but you went to SAPD headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Then what happened after that?
The homicide detectives took their statements.
I pass witness.
Defense.
1 second. Your Honor. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Pollard, Officer Pollard. Thank you.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse me.
Excuse.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
It's gonna call Officer Alberthal.
All right, can you raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, just have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up, and if you could state your name for the record.
Klint Alberthal,
All right, and could you spell that?
Klint Alberthal.
All right, state.
Officer Alberthal, what do you do for a living?
San Antonio Police Officer,
And how long have you been an officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
approximately 7 years.
And you are a certified police officer,
Yes, sir.
and you're training as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, what kind of training have you?
We went to the police academy at the beginning of our careers. And then after that, go to FTO, which field training officer, for 3 months. And then patrol officer after that.
And when you're working, are you working by yourself or do you have a partner?
Currently, I do have a partner. At this time, I was patrolling. I was single.
And when you're patrolling as a single, are you in a marked police car?
Yes, sir.
And are you in full gear?
Yes, sir.
We direct your attention to February the 2nd, 2018, close to midnight. Were you working that day
Yes, sir.
or that night?
Yes, sir.
What would be your normal shift?
At that time, it was 5 p.m. to 3 in the morning.
And you're working 5:30 to 3 p.m. in the morning. What area are you assigned to?
That's the central substation, which is the downtown area, more specifically, south of Calabria, north of 90, east of General McMullen, and then west of 35.
So that night, what are your primary duties? Work.
Responding to the dispatcher, just various calls that come across, and then just depending on what's coming up is where we go.
So what happened close to midnight?
We were dispatched to a shooting that happened in the Castellano courts. Do you want me to start from when we got there?
Well, first of all, it's the Castellano Court,
I believe so. It was in 2350s.
and that's in the county of Bear in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you arrived at the Castellano Court, you were by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Then what happened when you arrived?
As I arrived, we're just told that there was a shooting, that there's possible victims. We're looking for possible victims as we get there at first. Not too much is going on. We're just trying to make sense of the scene. And then at that point, we hear a male individual yelling for us. We go over to that, I guess, apartment, if you will. And then that's where we see an individual inside laying on the ground.
You saw someone yelling. Who was this person that was yelling? No?
We later figured out that it was, I believe, the father of the victim.
Now, as he was yelling, was he in sort of an agitated state?
From what I remember, he was just more frantic trying to get us to go over there. So we went over there to him, and then that's where we go into the apartment complex or into the apartment room building.
And so when he's frantic and yelling, what is he yelling?
I don't
Object to
rem-
hearsay.
Overruled.
What's he yelling?
I don't remember the specifics, but just yelling that I guess his son was shot, the victim was shot, and basically just attracting our attention that way.
And is that what brought you to 203 St. Christopher?
Yes, if that's the address, then yes.
And so what was it like when you got in there?
We got in there, the victim was laying on the ground. There's a decent sized pool of blood behind him. Myself and some of the other officers started clearing the scene. That way, when EMS showed up, they can get their equipment in. I know a couple of the officers started doing first aid. So we're all just kind of just taking little pieces and just trying to help out the situation as best we could.
When you say trying to do first aid, what are you trying to do?
I believe they were just applying pressure. There was a large amount of blood. And then, like I said, I just started moving tables in the refrigerator and trying to clear the area of people so EMS could get in there and start doing their job, their work.
Did you see how the boy was injured?
It appeared to have like maybe a gunshot wound to the head.
Earlier you said you were clearing people out. What does that mean?
Just clearing the area, like moving the area, just making more advantageous, so that EMS didn't have to do that. They can just go straight to working on the victim and trying to help him as much as possible.
And so when you went in there, what was the condition of the boy on the ground?
Non-responsive. I know they were trying to like sternum rub, trying to get some sort of reaction. He wasn't really giving us too much.
And so officers are applying first aid and doing the best they can.
Yes.
Is someone calling for EMS?
Yes, at that point, I'm sure we were already calling for it off the radio or on the radio.
And how long, when EMS arrives, what do they do?
They just started working on them. I'm not sure of their specifics that they were doing exactly, but eventually they did put them, I believe they took them on their gurney and they transported them out.
Now, once the boy is being transported out to the hospital, is that particular location a crime scene?
Yes, sir.
And so what do you do with the crime scene?
It's going to get held down. It'll get sectioned off, try and limit the amount of people walking in and out of it. CSI will eventually be cleared to go through there, other detectives.
In addition to the boy being transported to, and you know that he's been shot, were you able to see how the boy had been shot? Like were there any defects in the windows or the doors or anything?
I don't recall specifics.
And so believing the boy had been shot, what do you guys do in terms of trying to address who shot him?
We're trying to see where the possible shooter is. If that person's still running around, is he still continuing shooting? Like I said, when we first arrived, we didn't hear any gunshots or gunfire to attract our attention specifically to a certain area. It wasn't until the victim's father came out yelling.
Eventually, were you able to figure out a location for the suspect?
Yes, another officer on scene. He talked to, I guess, some other witnesses on the scene, and they pointed out a specific apartment. At that point, we walked over there, and then we were able to see casings on the ground in front of their apartment. So then we just kind of backed off, cordoned off the area, sectioned off the area, and then at that point, eventually SWAT came out to the scene after several hours.
When you say casings, what do you mean by casings?
Bullet casings, the casings of the fire or the bullets themselves.
When some guns are fired, they automatically eject a casing.
Yes, sir.
And so when they eject a casing, did you see a couple or a lot?
I believe there were several. I don't know specifics on how many.
but you saw a number of shell casings.
Yes, sir.
And so seeing a number of shell casings and having a location, what did you do next?
At that point, we all started to back up. We used our cars and we were behind cars or any other forms of cover as we just cordoned off the area. We didn't want anybody else going into that scene or coming out of it.
Now, initially, did anyone ever try to, in the very beginning, try to knock on 928?
I don't know. I don't exactly remember if we did or not. I know we were up by the door, but I don't remember if we actually knocked on it.
In terms of the firearm that you carry, is it a handgun that you don't carry?
Yes, sir. On my person, yes, sir.
And based on the situation, did you go to a different weapon or?
Yes, sir. I believe I had my shotgun at this bar at a certain point in the call. I switched over to that.
And so you got your shotgun, just to be safe. And did you surround that location?
Yes, sir. Myself and several other officers.
You remember were you in the front or in the back?
For some time I was in the front, and then at some point during the night, we were then instructed to move to the back, and we were in the back of the building.
What was the weather like that night?
I believe it started to rain. Or drizzle. I don't remember exactly how much.
And roughly approximately how long do you think you were out there?
I believe it was sunup, I think it was when we started to leave, maybe a few hours after that. It started to become daylight by the time we were leaving the scene.
So it's close to midnight when you arrive there, and it's after daylight when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And so during all this time period, are you just deployed out on the and surrounded that particular location?
Yes, sir.
And eventually, did anyone come out of 928 Angela Walker?
Yes, sir.
And when the suspects came out, they were taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
And then what did you do next?
I was in the back. Once it was cleared, once we were relieved from there, then we left the scene.
Past witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Judge. Officer, safe to say you arrived shortly before midnight on that call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you didn't leave until the suspects were taken into custody, and that was after SWAT arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
So safe to say it took SWAT about 8 hours to arrive at the scene.
Yes, sir. Somewhere in there.
Is that typical?
Depends on the scene. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And so were you aware that the individuals that were in 928 Christopher Walk were advised to stay inside until SWAT arrived?
I don't recall. I didn't
You know
have
who
any-
would have that information?
No, sir.
Your sergeant, maybe?
Possibly.
Were you part of the officers who detained the individuals as they came out of 928 Christopher Walk?
No, sir.
Did you witness that?
No, sir.
You were gone at that point?
I was in the back.
Okay, so you didn't see that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it.
Fair to say that with the officers in front and the officers in back, anyone looking at that area would know that there is a high police presence.
Yes, sir.
So can you just sort of describe that?
There's just for like a regular scene like that, how that was? Is that what you're asking?
Just anyone looking there would see that there are officers everywhere.
Yes, there's going to be several officers behind cars. At this point, a lot of us had extra body armor on, both front, back, sides as best we can. Just making sure nobody, like I said, nobody goes in, nobody comes out of that area.
And what happens if someone tries to walk through that area during that 8 or 9 hour time period?
We'll stop them and just have them walk around to a different area. And then if they're like, their apartment was like right next door, then we wouldn't allow them in there.
And I know I'm just asking you to approximate, how many police officers do you think are on the scene at this?
I have no idea.
A fair number.
For sure, more than 10 or 20. I would imagine.
Because you have an it's an active shooter situation in terms of there's someone out there with guns that you're worried about.
Yes. Not necessarily active shooter just because the shooting has stopped, but yes. Yes.
I pass witness.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense.
Thank you.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
They called Officer Panna.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you hear will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, have a seat, and if you could keep your voice up, state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Is it this one?
Yes.
Officer James Panna, P-A-N-A-H, badge numbers are 907.
All right, state.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I mean the state of Texas.
You're Officer James Panna,
Yes, sir.
and you were in full uniform?
Yes, sir.
Is that the uniform that you normally wear?
Yes, sir.
You are a certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
And briefly, what kind of training have you had as a police officer?
The academy, rifle training, minor medic training, CSI training.
And where are you currently assigned?
Central Patrol, Dog Watch,
Where is that?
downtown area, shallow southwest side area,
Now, when you're working, are you working by yourself or do you have a partner?
single man units.
In full uniform
Yes, sir.
and in a marked police?
Yes, sir.
Direct your attention to February 2nd of 2018, close to midnight. Were you working at that time?
Yes, sir.
And as you're working, did you get dispatched out to a call?
Yes, sir.
And how does one get dispatched out to a call?
Over our radios, dispatcher will call our call sign, our unit number, and send us to whatever call they need us to go to.
And on that particular line, where were you dispatched to?
The exact address, I think was 203 Christopher Walk for a shooting.
So you were dispatched out to a shooting?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you arrived?
When I pulled up, I was greeted by a male who was standing outside. I know he said that there was somebody shooting a bunch of guns outside. Then I was immediately approached by a family. They ran up to me. They seemed pretty panicked. They said their apartment had gotten shot up.
I guess when someone comes up to you and says that their place has been shot up, what do you do?
We immediately went over there and checked. I asked them first initially, you know, are y'all okay? Is anybody hurt? Do y'all need EMS? And they said no.
And so, where did you go then?
To their apartment.
And what happened when you got there?
I walked inside. I checked the area. There was a couple more people inside. I asked if they needed EMS. They said no. And then at that time, it was another officer that was on scene that said that they had another apartment where they found a victim who actually was shot.
So initially you went to one location. At that first location, did you see any bullet holes or bullet defects?
There were, yes, in the walls.
And what made you think that there were bullet holes or defects?
They were coming from the walls outside of the apartment complex coming in.
Seeing the bullet holes, no one was hurt at that first area.
At the first apartment, no, sir, no one was.
And then when you got to the second location, what happened?
My partner over the radio said that they had a victim. I immediately ran out of that apartment across the courtyard to the apartment where the victim was at. When I went inside, he was on the ground, unresponsive. I immediately put gloves on and applied pressure. It looked like he had been shot in the back of the head.
And what was the atmosphere like in that apartment?
Chaos, panic.
And so as officers, are you attempting to do first aid?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
With the trauma like that to the head, there's not much you can do besides apply pressure and try and stop the bleeding. He was unresponsive, so I picked him up, put him on my knees. I asked, I think it was another officer, to grab a towel to help clot and stop the bleeding. I applied the towel to his head, applied pressure, and I think my partner applied sternum rubs to his chest.
Were you able to revive him?
At that moment, no.
And so you're attempting to do first aid. Were there other officers around?
There were, yes, sir.
And what were they trying to do?
Clear a path for EMS to come in and take him immediately.
Did someone call for you in that?
I believe so. I believe the initial officer they keyed up and said they had a victim said to start EMS immediately.
And what about the victim's family? What were they like at the time?
Panicked.
Did you have them sort of step back throughout the area?
I didn't contact him. They were distraught. My attention was drawn straight to the victim, and I immediately started working on the victim.
And the first aid that you did, what happened next?
I continued to apply pressure. My buddy continued to do sternum rub to try and wake him up, I guess, regain consciousness. We kept doing that until EMS showed up, and as soon as EMS showed up, they relieved me. They took over. They started their first aid, and they loaded him up on a stretcher and on the ambulance and took him to the hospital.
Did EMS get there fairly quickly?
I believe so, yes.
And so once they got the boy out, what was, I guess, the next thing that you were responsible for, or that you did?
Initially after that, I think we were setting up a crime scene tape to block off the area. But then I can't remember how, but we were notified that the possible suspects were in an apartment down the road.
Now, typically, when there's a shooting, you try to sort of canvass the area.
True, yes.
When I say canvass the area, what does that mean?
Search for any more possible evidence or suspects.
And so with the boy who had been shot, are you guys looking for something like a suspect?
Yes,
There are other officers out there trying to talk to witnesses.
yes.
And were you able to sort of identify a location where the shooters may have gone?
Yes.
And you said that you found shell casings.
Yes.
And where were those shell casings in relation to the location, I guess, if you responded?
In front of the suspect's apartment in the grass in the front yard.
Yes.
To show you what's been previously marked and admitted as state exhibit number 4.
Yeah.
So you went to a first location where you had noticed, I guess, some bullet holes.
Yes, sir.
And you recall where that was?
Where 203 St. Christopher Walk is, the sidewalk straight to the apartment across.
And where the boy that had been shot, where was that?
In 203 St. Christopher Walk.
And this area, I guess, where you had developed where the suspects were at, that was at 928.
928 Angela Walk.
How far away is that from the two locations?
I couldn't give an exact distance, but walking distance.
Okay. Show you state exhibit number 326. I guess that would be where the boy was.
Yes, yes, sir. It looks like it's at the top of the stairs. Yeah.
What the mark as state exhibit number 336.
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, it's my body cam video. That's my signature.
Okay, does it fairly and accurately represent your body cam that night?
Yes, it does.
I'll tender states 336. And offered evidence at this time.
No objection.
All right, states exhibit number 336 is admitted without objection.
A couple, 336.
Yes.
There are all right there, so. Yeah, my wife was scared as fuck. I mean, dog, you know, I came on my life.
Maybe if I close on that, put in your pocket, okay?
Who called?
Did anybody get hit?
No.
What's your-
Shit.
Go for one. Precinct, address 204 Christopher Lawn.
This close.
Did y'all see anything, y'all? Basics, did you copy? 202 Christopher Walk, as of right now, there are no hits. Let me check a little bit. Where was coming out, slow down. No description now. There are hits on the apartment over here, but no hits on any individual.
Yeah, right, right, so I go after the shooting probably, just go walk, go down to one, so one. Right, sure. Yeah, right, copy, okay. Very good, you copy?
What was the address?
Yeah, we got one note now, that image.
Hey, how old is he? How old is he?
Be like.
Excuse me, would you pause for a moment? Pause. You have a- All right, you may proceed.
Here's my stuff.
It's out or something.
Yes, yes, 10-4. Tell them to step it up. One to the head.
Hey. Everybody, can you open your eyes?
I just want to have any description on anything.
Open your mouth. Open your mouth, so you can breathe.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
That's his. I thought it was yours. My hands are bleeding. I think it's-
Anybody on that shoot got a suspect description, anybody looking for you?
I'm his father, so I'm calling his mother.
Did y'all see anything?
Yeah, that one.
Right, but I'm sitting on conference. Foreign conference, on the river level, and a public detective, preeminent environmental conference.
There's holes in 202. Okay. And
Where's that video? They caught one of us.
200, probably 202, maybe 204 as well.
You need to get the tape up, get everybody out in front seat.
Okay.
I'm on the railroad, right behind.
And one went through that window. And they were standing. And they were There was about 10. So somebody on that fucking side was partying with somebody. I need to back up, guys. Yeah, there's one on the. Is that one in the unit? Or no?
Yeah, we were already. We just need somebody to run. But, okay, sure. Quick buddy, we'll get a description on the vehicle, but, when we get your tires, we can ride over, fire.
Did y'all hear any gunshots? Did y'all see anything? Anything pass to your house? Did y'all hear them? Y'all didn't hear any gunshots? Nothing passed to y'all's house? I'm not saying anything. Hey, anything past y'all's house? You heard gunshots?
No, we're not over here.
No? Man, I think over here, it's just gotta be some over here. There's gotta be showcases up there somewhere.
The guy that?
One in the head.
Like hat, he was the one I was after. Yeah, my back thing.
Hey, Cass. Is that for sure?
Yeah, we're out of the third building.
Is that for sure? Let me get my rifle. Let me get my rifle. I'm gonna get my rifle. Yeah, hold on. 360, I'm gonna point my rifle.
61, maybe we're in that building, apparently went to the cross, ran back into the building, got close to right there, put two other males inside, but it was for Thursday, with the rifle.
And so I'm gonna point my rifle.
Yeah. I'm very, went coming to level 3.
360 to point my rifle to go with him.
Yeah. You're not wanting to go ahead. Anyway, tomorrow.
There. Yeah. It was not bad. Three six of those units on Hamilton, from the west crossfire, we're on the back end front of the apartment. I think it's the third one. The third one, I think. Yeah. The victim, the other victim, I think. So he was right here. Fucking sorry, motherfucker. Yeah, I was holding his fucking head. I was holding his fucking head, his brains were out. Sorry, motherfucker. Yeah, he's probably one of the motherfuckers that was involved. The bulls are probably for him, a fucking 14-year-old little kid.
300, they shot at people, I don't know where it happened. Okay.
Way to jump ahead.
Let them know, TV. I'm ready, let them know. Yeah, but. So 5 minutes ago, we saw the girl pin. Hey, are you writing this? You writing this? You don't want to take it. If you need help, then I'll help you with this one.
Okay, Officer Panna, fair to say that it's easy to get a little emotional about what happened.
Yes.
You went back to your car, you redeployed with another weapon.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
They mentioned that they were shooting rifles to match their firepower. I deployed my rifle.
And did you and the other officers set up like this throughout the night?
Yes, for the remainder of the night, that's where I stayed.
And fair to say that there's a large group of police officers with weapons and cars surrounding this area.
Yes, sir.
And so what happens if there's people try to walk through this area?
Tell them to get out, go back inside, redirect them if we can, or identify them if they're hanging around.
Fair to say for about an 8-hour period, for this area, PD shut down constantly.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Mainly for other people's safety, just in case something happens. Eliminate them from any type of crossfire incident. And then to gain control of the environment.
And throughout the night, were you waiting for SWAT?
Yes.
And explain to the jury, what is SWAT?
SWAT is our Special Weapons and Tactics Unit. They are deployed for incidents like this that are high stress and dangerous. So they have more training than what we have.
So throughout the night during this time period, people in the apartment did not come out, correct?
No,
And how long do you think it took before SWAT finally arrived?
I couldn't say. I think it was closer to the sun rising.
Then once SWAT arrived, how did they set up?
They initially went to the front. I think after a while, they made their way to the back to relieve us.
And were you there when the suspects came out?
I was on the backside still when they came out.
You were there when you were in the general vicinity.
Yes, sir.
And later on, or during that time period, were you able to see a bunch of shell casings in front of that location?
Yes, after they had taken all the suspects into custody, I relocated to the front of the apartment with another officer where we were positioned to maintain control of the apartment to keep people from coming in and out. And you could see all the shell casings in the front yard in the grass.
It was a fair number.
A lot, yes.
Just 1 second. Sorry. Do you need a cough drop? Do you need to take a short break? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 3. So remember my instructions. Do not begin deliberating. Do not do any research. Everything that you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. Make sure your badges are visible. If you see anything or hear anything about this case, ignore it. All right. All right, everyone, please rise. All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you can discuss your testimony with are attorneys for the state and defense. And we can take our break now, and if you'll be back at 3.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
you make me feel like I should probably get a copter on that.
I'm
just in
sorry,
case.
James, do you remember your last question? Do you remember your last question? Did I mess you up? You were asking about,
What was my last question?
and later on during the time period, were you able to see a bunch of shell casings in the front of the location?
Okay.
Sorry.
If anybody else did a copter on. Everybody's sure.
I've got three now.
All right. Put 4 cough drops and put 4 cough drops on it.
Just in
Says date's table.
I've started the.
I'm taking one. Oh, yes, could you have a witness come in? All right, let's bring them in.
All right, for the jury.
And you're still under oath, state?
Fair to say at this point, there are multiple crimes.
Yes, sir.
You have multiple crime scenes. What do you do?
Establish the crime scenes and set up the area to protect the crime scenes,
And how do you protect the crimes?
crime scene tape and officer presence.
And so what happens when people try to walk through the area?
Depending on the circumstance, they can be detained or they'll just be redirected out.
Okay. So just so I understand, when you first got there, you went to, was it 202?
Yes, sir. It was the one more over. Yes, 202.
And that was the place that had been hit.
The apartment that had been, yes, sir.
And then where the boy was?
Was, yeah, right there, 203,
Okay. And then where you found the shell casings
the 928 Angela.
and 928.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 202 would be sort of one area,
Yes, sir.
then 203 would be a second crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Then 928, you would secure that
Yes, sir.
as well as the area in front of Angelo Walk.
Yes, sir. And I believe there was a few cars that were hit on Picoso too. So it was basically that entire area.
And then there was the car that was hit down the street. So there was additional crimes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you hold your position until SWAT took over or took the guy from custody?
Yes, sir.
When they did, where were you?
I believe I was still on the back side of the apartment.
Once SWAT takes them into custody, do you continue to sort of protect crime scenes or you get released?
Due to the hour, I think it was close to shift change. So then they started sending out daylight officers to relieve us. But until then, yeah, we maintain the crime scene. So you'll get reassigned to another job and you hold that job until you're relieved.
And when did your shift begin on that night?
10:30 p.m.
So you worked until you were relieved by daylight.
Yes, sir.
roughly when that was added?
I can't recall. I think it was probably sometime around 11 a.m.
And they're taking over to protect the crime scene for CSI to do their best.
Yes, sir.
Now the area that you had deployed for, I don't know, for a number of hours, where was that on the backside?
Where 928 Angela is, it was the corner apartment of that building. We sat at that porch the remainder of the night.
You touched the screen with the latest market,
Yeah, there, that one.
so that's where you were
Yes, sir.
for a number of hours.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, I pass it.
Defense.
Thank you. Officer, you deployed your long rifle because the information you had developed was that an AR-15 had been used. that
Yes,
evening?
yes, sir.
And you testified just now that you observed shell casings only in the yard of 928, is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Did you observe any shell casings on Picosa?
I can't recall.
And when Richard Montez and Andres Martinez and Juan Martinez came out of 928, you were on the backside and did not observe that?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that they voluntarily came out of the apartment?
I believe yes.
And that was after SWAT arrived?
After SWAT, yes, sir.
How long did it take SWAT to get there? Like 8 hours?
I can't recall. I don't know.
Passwords.
No further questions?
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excused.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and attorneys for the defense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
State, call your next witness.
They called Sergeant Preston.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat, and if you could state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Yes, my name is Nathan Preston, Preston.
All right, state.
It's Sergeant Preston.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Preston, what do you do?
I am the supervisor on the DWI unit for the San Antonio Police Department.
What does the supervisor do for the DWI unit?
I supervise approximately 25 patrol officers that are responsible for enforcing DWI laws, traffic laws on our major expressways and throughout any street in San Antonio.
Are you assigned to a particular area or do you have the entire city?
We have the entire city.
And you are a certified police officer?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been a police officer?
I have been a police officer for 26 years.
All with SAPD?
No, I did approximately 4 months with the Balcony Heights Police Department. And then I got hired with the San Antonio Police Department, and I've been here for 25 years and 7 months.
And just briefly describe some of the training that you've had over your 26 years.
Okay, I went to the San Antonio Police Academy. Well, I'll back up. I was in the United States Air Force here. And while I was here in the United States Air Force, I went to the San Antonio College, SAC, and I got my peace officer license. And while I was there, after I graduated from that, I got hired with Balcony Heights Police Department as a reserve officer And as I processed out of the military, Balcony Heights had a full-time position. So I went full-time with them. While I was with Balcony Heights, the San Antonio Police Department, I had taken the test for them, and this was in 1996, and then I ended up getting hired with the San Antonio Police Department, and I had to go through their academy, which was another 7 months. I was already TCOL certified, so I just had to go through all the training that the police department put on. While I did approximately 15 years as a patrolman, working off.
Stain.
What kind of training had you had?
Well, that would be it. The next part would be when I made detective, which I was fixing to go into. So
How about when you were?
when I was a detective, I went through the Uniform Evidence Detective program, which is learn how to collect evidence. And I went through the detective school, which was approximately 40 hours long at the academy as well.
Back in 2018, what was your assignment back then?
Back then, I was assigned to the crime scene unit. I was a detective, and my responsibilities were going to crime scenes, major crime scenes, to collect evidence.
And what kind of training did you have to collect that?
It was that evidence training that I went through as a uniform evidence detective when I first got promoted. And of course, on the job training, when I went over to the crime scene unit, they put me with a more seasoned crime scene unit investigator for at least a month or so. So I learned the job mainly through them, and also what I learned in the class.
And back in 2018, approximately February the 3rd, were you dispatched to 203 St. Christopher Walk?
Yes, I was.
Now, when was that, in terms of when the shooting happened?
It was probably several hours or maybe an hour or so afterwards. I'm not real sure. I know when I first got there and when I started my function of why I was called there, it was after midnight.
And so when you get there, who decides what you're supposed to do, or do you make that?
Well, when I got on the scene, there was a supervisor there that basically kind of directed us what to do. There was one particular apartment that we were responsible for because it was still an active crime scene, meaning that the subjects that were involved were not completely secure. So we were sent to this particular apartment unit to process that. It was safe enough for us to do that.
And in terms of your duties, what specifically were you tasked to do?
I was not the main crime scene investigator on the scene. I was asked by that particular person to conduct a video of the crime scene, is basically just documenting the crime scene with a video camera.
And did you do that?
I did.
And that would be 203 St. Christopher?
That's correct.
Right, if I may approach.
Yes.
Show you what's in MONTEZ. Case exhibit 400. You recognize it?
Yes, this is the crime scene disc that the video was transferred to.
And did you have the chance to review it?
I did.
And after you reviewed it, did you initial and date it?
I did, right here.
And does this video fairly and accurately represent the scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
All right, State's Exhibit number 400 is admitted without objection.
If I may, I should the jury.
Yes. Deputy Laura. Thank you. Yes.
Started at the end, I think there was like a placard there with the start time. Did we start and stop the video, or was it just?
Well, the start time of the video was when I first got there, if you look at the very beginning part of the video, I had written start on the placard, but I had forgot to put the time on there. However, I started the video. I didn't want to stop what I'd already started video. And then when I came back and once I stopped the video from the crime scene, I went and put the camera in the car, went back to assist with whatever. So I was still on the scene assisting with whatever needed to be assisted with. And then I shot the end placard of what time I was finished at the crime scene, which was probably 5-something in the morning.
If I may first, quickly.
Yes. Oh, I thought you were approaching to grab something.
All right, Sergeant, just for the record is clear, we're gonna play another video that we've already entered into Lindsay Patton. We didn't play it at that time because it was a technical issue, but we're gonna play it now. So that you're not, it's not your video.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I passed over for any questions.
Sergeant Preston. You have a copy of your report in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Does it state on your report what time you arrived at 203 St. Christopher Walk?
Yes,
And was that at
0018.
0018? So military time, that's 12:18 a.m.
Well, it says report time was the time that I received the report that this crime scene was happening. And I guess I arrived at the scene at 0022, which is 12:22 a.m.
Then you departed the scene at 0600 hours or 6 a.m.
Yeah, I was complete with my portion of the entire event at 0600.
We watched your video. Your video is roughly 7 to 10 minutes long. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay, so you arrived at roughly 12:22 a.m. It took a few minutes to start your video, completed your video in a matter of 10 minutes. You're saying you said the video and that portion of your investigation was done at about 12:45 a.m.
That's correct.
So from 12:45 a.m. to 6 a.m., what did you do?
We staged because the crime scene was still active. We were there to process an entire crime scene, which we were unable to do because it was still an active crime scene. So we staged outside the crime scene area, or I assisted with Detective Burrows and whatever he needed, which he asked me to do the video. So what I did was just stay on scene unless I needed to do something else.
So you just hung out from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
No, I didn't hang out. I staged,
What does that mean? What does stage mean?
waiting to process the rest of the crime scene because we could not get into the crime scene because it was still active.
So you left at 0600 before the crime scene was secure?
I did because there was, at that point, it was determined that our end of shift was coming at 6 a.m. and the sergeant or whoever it was that was on the scene at the time made a determination that they would get the daylight personnel to come process the rest of the crime scene once it was secure.
So you weren't a part of any of the CSI investigators who come to the area for cases?
I did not know.
When, as a CSI investigator, and how do you guys determine what areas to search for evidence?
Well, a lot of times when we do make the scene, we'll make contact with the first responders who made it there, which are the officers a lot of times. A lot of times they'll tell us the area of interest, but what we'll do is we'll also search the entire crime scene to figure out and find out if something was missed. So we'll do that. And sometimes daylight is an advantage over darkness. So in this particular case, this was a better job to accomplish during the daytime anyhow. So at night, we weren't able to get over in that particular area due to the crime scene not being secure.
And if you receive information to search a certain area, then it's CSI's job to search that area to make sure you collect every piece of evidence in that area, correct?
Yes, because sometimes if we miss something, the public, they know what doesn't belong, or they'll see something, they'll call us back. Hey, y'all missed this, or something like that. That does happen. Yes, it has happened before.
Do you know if that happened in this case?
I don't know.
And that's what.
State.
I mean, with so many shell cases and stuff, it's easy to miss one. It happens sometimes.
It has, yes. I've had crime scenes that were larger than this, and it's just sometimes you don't catch it all. And sometimes you have to go back and it just happens.
Then sometimes you don't realize a particular area needs to be looked at.
Correct. If we were not given the information at the time, we wouldn't have known to go and take care of that particular portion.
So, Sergeant, if you received information that an individual was shooting over by that exit side, right by that door, you would search that area for cases, correct?
Yes, it should be done.
Thank you.
No further questions?
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse me.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Jolie Imler.
All right, everyone, just give me 2 minutes.
Jolie Imler.
All right, if you'll take a seat, please. Thank you. All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony here will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record and please spell it.
Jolie Imler, Jolie Imler.
All right, state.
Ms. Imler, what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the city of San Antonio.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio?
A little over 11 years now.
And what does a crime scene investigator do?
We identify, collect, and preserve evidence on scenes.
And what kind of training have you had as a crime scene investigator?
I have several college degrees. I've had training through the city, 400 hours, plus ongoing yearly training.
Now, we're taking you a bit out of order because you're going to be on vacation next week.
Yes, sir.
As a crime scene investigator, let me direct your attention to February 3rd, 2018. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
And what is it about that?
My normal shift at that time was dog watch, so it was 10:15 to 6:15 in the morning.
And how do you get tasked or sort of assigned to do whatever it is you're tasked to do as a crime scene investigator?
We're dispatched through our computer in the car, and then we go to the scene.
And does someone tell you what that you need to do, or how does that work?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How do you know what to do when you get to a crime scene?
Usually we do some of the same things. Sometimes a follow-up detective will be there to instruct us what they need. It just depends what's needed. I mean, we've all worked enough crime scenes to know what to do.
And on February the 3rd of 2018, what were you assigned to do?
I was assigned to go to University Hospital to process the 2 victims.
Okay, when you say process, what does that mean?
We would photograph the injuries, complete GSR kits on both of them, and collect their clothing.
When you say GSR kits, what do you mean by GSR?
It's a gunshot residue test.
And why do we do a GSR kit?
It would just show any gunshot residue on the hands of the victims. We can GSR cars, clothing, etc.
And when you say you GSR car clothing, how do you do that?
It just comes in little vials, and we literally just stamp the surface area.
When you stamp the surface area, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What do you mean by stamp a surface area?
They come in little vials with magnetic discs in them. So we take the magnetic disc and literally press it onto the surface, whether it be skin, material. things like that.
Okay. And I'm sorry. And so where were you dispatched on February the 3rd, 2018?
I was dispatched on the 2nd at 11:50 at night. And then I arrived there 12 minutes after midnight on the 3rd,
And where did you arrive at?
University Hospital.
And when you got to University Hospital, what were you tasked to do?
To process both victims.
Now, who was the first victim? In this crime?
I apologize if I say this wrong. Angel Julian Gabara.
And what was, well, where is Mr. Kamar? Where's Angel Kamar? I mean, he's in the hospital, but is he on a bed? Is he?
Yes, they were both in the trauma area, I believe.
And when you got there and you saw him in your processing, what is the first thing you did?
Photograph them.
And you photographed Angel,
Yes, sir.
and then after you photographed Angel, what's the next thing that you did?
The GSR him.
You photographed Angel, then you took a GSR on him,
Yes, sir.
and what was he like when you were doing the GSR?
I noted that both were still alive. Both had gunshot wounds to the head. That's all I really noted about that evening.
They weren't responsive.
No,
So you processed and took a picture of Angel and took the GSR kit,
yes, sir.
and then what happened next?
Then I went to the second victim's bedside and did the same with him.
And who was the second victim?
Mr. Benito Gallego.
And you processed Mr. Benito Gallegos,
Yes, sir.
and did you do the same thing?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I photographed him, completed a gunshot residue test on his hands.
And at my request, did you bring the two GSR kits, one for Angel, one for Benito, to court today?
Yes, sir.
And when you took the GSR kits, what do you do with them after you swap them?
I bring them back to our office. I seal them up with evidence tape, and then I put them in the temporary locker at the property room.
That is a secure location
Yes,
with limited access.
yes,
And they're put in there, I guess, to keep them safe.
correct, to maintain chain of custody.
And at my request, did you bring them in today?
Yes, sir.
Trying to find the approach.
Yes.
Have the two GSR kits.
Yes, the crime lab packaged CSI Hurtado's in this bag as well, but so all three of the GSRs are in here. Packaged separately, of course.
We do it this way. I'm marking one brown bag as states exhibit number 401. And what is 401?
The two GSR kits I collected and a GSR kit CSI Hurtado collected.
This is in a sealed bag.
Yes, sir.
You recognize your writing on it?
Not on this bag. This bag is from the crime lab. The
Okay.
two envelopes I did were theoretically inside here.
So 401 is a sealed bag that you brought from.
Correct.
Can you please open the sealed bag that is states exhibit 401?
Yes. Raul. And these are the two I completed.
Okay. So inside states exhibit number 401 or 3 original bags. Correct?
Yes, sir.
One, what is 402?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the GSR I collected from Mr. Gallego.
And 403.
The GSR I collected from Mr. Gabara.
And can you tell that they're in there, or do you need to open them up to look at it?
No, my seal hasn't been broken, so
Okay, so you're confident that your GSR kits are in there?
yes.
Okay. That is 402 and 403. For now, I'm gonna mark as States Exhibit 404. A GSR kit that Hurtado did.
Yes, sir.
I believe this would be. All right, in addition to States Exhibit 402 and 403, let me show you what I've been marked as States Exhibit number 397 and 398. Now, at the hospital, you took pictures of each,
Yes, sir.
and I've only printed out one of those pictures.
Yes.
Okay. And these pictures fairly and accurately represented the way they look when you took their picture.
Yes, sir.
Time I will tender with the mark that's 402 and 403. As well as 397 and 398, and offer them into evidence.
Can I take the witness on board, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Imler, you said in regards to 402 and 403, your tape is still on these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if they were subsequently opened by anyone else or?
Yes, I see that there's Bear County Crime Lab at the bottom of them.
I don't. Can we approach real quick?
Yes. All right, states exhibits 402, 403, 397, and 398 are admitted.
I'll do it old school. Technology challenge. Ms. Imler, when you typically do a GSR kit, you typically, how does that typically work?
We, magnetic disc, we usually do on the outside of the hand, thumb, fingers, outside of the hand.
I apologize. Are there usually questions that you ask of the person that you're taking GSR from?
Yes, sir.
And what do you normally try to ask?
Their name, date of birth, if they're right-handed, left-handed. We do a visual inspection if there's blood or debris on the hands, their hobbies, their occupation, and their account of what happened since the shooting.
Now, obviously, when you took the GSR from Angel, he was unresponsive.
Correct.
Okay. And 398 reflects how he looked that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't answering any of your questions.
No, sir.
Also, when you talked to or did the GSR from Benito Gallegos, 397, he was not also responsive to any of your questions.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Well, if he did, you would have documented his answers.
Yes, sir.
I'm not witness.
Defense?
Investigator Imler, you collected Angel Guevara's clothes that day,
Yes, sir.
but you did not collect Benito Gallegos' clothes.
No, sir.
And that's because the hospital threw them away.
Yeah, yes.
And so there was, to your knowledge, there's no GSR testing performed on Benito Gallegos' clothes.
No,
That's what it is.
But the GSR that you took was of her hands.
correct.
That's what.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Thank you. State, call your next witness.
We're going to call Raul Hurtado.
And, all right. I'm sorry, just one moment. You only mark kids.
I apologize, Your Honor. May I recall, I missed Emily briefly.
Yes. Just one moment. If you can step outside.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
I apologize. Mr. Hurtado is going on vacation, is that correct?
Mhm.
And so he did not bring any of the items from the crime lab.
No, I was picking mine up, so I brought his.
So you brought his.
Mhm.
So in addition to his, we've already marked the state's exhibit 401. State's exhibit. I'm going to go 405. That's an exhibit that you brought on behalf of Mr. Hurtado.
Yes, sir.
This was kept in a secure location,
At the property room.
and then you checked it out at Officer Hurtado's request.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Hurtado or
Yes, sir.
crime scene. Hurtado. And it's been in a secure location until you checked it out.
Yes. Yes. Room's closed, so.
All right, thank you. I passed you over for any questions.
No questions.
All right. My instructions still apply. All right, thank you. And do you need to sign anything else? All right, state, call your next witness.
Raul Hurtado.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Yes, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name's Raul Hurtado.
All right, and if you could spell your name.
Yes, RAULHURTADO.
All right, state.
Raul Hurtado, what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator, San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
Next month will be 13 years.
What kind of training have you had as a crime scene investigator?
Extensive training in over 3 months of academy training and then just various classes through the years.
Are you trained how to collect evidence?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, how do you collect evidence?
Basically, we identify evidence at the scene, potential evidence. We document it, video, photographs, and then we mark it, and then we collect it and we secure it. Either and if it has any kind of blood or whatever, we secure it in the blood drying room, or we put it in the property room.
And when you collect evidence, how do you package it to make sure it's secure?
It's usually these type of the brown butcher paper or brown bags with evidence tape and our signature.
And where do you put the evidence?
It's at the property room, 415 South Frio. And that gets transported to the main property room at 555 Academic.
Secure location.
Yes, sir.
And yes. What is your title?
Crime scene investigator.
Crime scene investigator. Has that been your role throughout your entire time with SAP?
Yes, it has, sir.
And just so that we're going a little bit out of order, you're going to be on vacation next week?
Yes, sir.
And some of the items were brought by Ms. Imler.
Yes, sir.
Directly coming to February 2018. Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir. I was working the morning shift.
Now, when you work a morning shift, where are you normally assigned to?
515 South Rio, and we usually start around 6:15 to 2:15 in the afternoon.
Is there a particular area you assigned to, or you just go wherever you're needed to be?
Well, on a major case like this, we would go wherever we needed to be, but I'm not too sure where I was working that day. But this was on the central location, so I don't know where I was working that day, though.
When you're working, are you dressed like you're normally dressed right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you given a marked vehicle, or how's that work?
We have a civilian crime scene vehicle. It's a city vehicle.
And on February the 3rd, 2018, were you assigned to a location somewhere, I guess, Hamilton and Sophia?
Yes, sir. I was requested by a crime scene sergeant to make location, secondary location.
And when you got to the location, what were you tasked to do?
There was a vehicle that obviously had bullet strikes or multiple or single bullet strike. I'm not too sure. I'm not remember, but it had apparent blood in it.
So you were showing a vehicle, I guess that obviously had multiple bullet strike or had a bullet strike. on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, what's your job to process that vehicle?
It was, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, when you process a vehicle, what does that entail?
Well, basically, we look for any items of evidentiary with ballistics, blood, apparent blood, clothing, anything that we have information that may be tied into the original, either the original location or, we usually get information from the follow-up detectives or people that are on the scene in my case. And then I basically went on that to see whatever was apparent as far as evidentiary value.
So when you process a vehicle, what's the first thing you do?
I usually just take overall photos of it.
So you take a bunch of photos, document the way it looks.
Yes, sir. Original to the scene.
And after you take photos based on what it is that you see, what do you do next?
I would probably start marking whatever I considered evidence.
Start marking?
I would start marking with a marker, some type of indicator that said that this was one of the items of evidence that I was going to collect.
So is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did, sir. Yes.
And so you're marking things that you find?
I'm marking things that I am perceiving as having evidentiary value.
And what did you find?
Well, there was multiple things. It was apparent blood all inside the vehicle. So I took multiple swabs of that. Cell phone, there was a couple of bullet strikes and there was a shirt in the center console. That's what I ended up collecting as well.
All right, primary approach.
Yes.
First, let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 5. That was identified by Brianna Rodriguez. See if you recognize state exhibit number 5.
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, as well as state exhibit number 348. All the way to 388.
Okay, let me take a look. Sure. Yeah, I took every single one of those photos.
So state exhibit number 5, as well as 348 through 388. Those pictures fairly and accurately represent the car the way it looked.
Yes, sir.
And since I'm up here, let me show you what the mark that state exhibit number 404.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize 404?
Yes, it's a gunshot residue kit that
And we'll get
I
to that.
administered to the,
It is a sealed container,
yes, it's sealed. Yes,
and that is the same one that you collected on that day.
yes, sir.
And since I'm up here, did you collect any clothes?
I collected one shirt from the center council. Yeah, this is,
And for the record, you've identified states exhibit 405,
yes, sir.
and 405 is the shirt that you collected.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize your writing on the bag?
Yes, sir. It's right there.
And it's a sealed bag,
Yes, sir.
and you seal it to make sure that it's secure and stays in it.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to tender what's been marked as states exhibit number 405. 404, which is the GSR. I don't remember if 5 was ever admitted, but I'm going to offer it now. Oh, then take exhibit 348 through 380.
No objections.
All right, states exhibit number 348 through 388 is admitted, and also 404 and 405.
Mr. Hurtado, when you process the vehicle and you look for things to take pictures of, you search the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You can search it from as well as you can from top to bottom.
Yes, sir.
And you know, if there was anything in there, like a weapon or a knife or anything of value as a weapon, you would certainly document.
Yes, sir. I would document.
Did you find any type of weapon or anything?
object to leading, Judge.
All right, that'll be sustained.
What weapons did you find in the vehicle? What guns did you find?
I didn't find any guns.
How about knives?
I didn't find any knives.
What baseball bats did you find?
I didn't find any baseball bats.
All right, let me first show you states exhibit 5. And what are we looking at?
At the rear end of the Ford Focus,
And what is important about the rear end Ford Focus?
the bullet strike, the rear windshield.
349.
It's a close-up of the same bullet strike.
348,
license plate of the vehicle.
how about 350?
That was discovered on the side of the vehicle.
So you don't know if it has any value, but you took a picture of it?
Yeah, I just took a picture of everything that was surrounding the vehicle.
351,
Yes, sir.
what's that a picture?
The hat. 47, and then also I took an overall the cane.
So there's a hat
And
and
again,
the cane right next to the vehicle.
yes, sir.
Take statement number 352,
Just the inside of the hat.
353,
Another image of the hat from another angle.
354,
Front image of the vehicle, at another angle.
355,
Medium on apparent blood,
that would be on the passenger side.
passenger side, yes.
356,
Same image, just an overall.
357,
That is the bloodstained shirt that I collected from the center console area.
360,
Just another view of the vehicle.
359,
Another view of that bullet strike,
358,
a close-up on that bullet strike from another angle.
362,
Just a rear shot, overall shot of the vehicle.
and 361.
Another rear shot, different angle.
363,
Another close-up on the hat with apparent blood.
364,
364. That looked like a bullet fragment, if no. Oh, no, that's the defect on the passenger heads, passenger seat, the headrest.
365, or, yes,
Yeah, just a close-up on apparent blood.
366,
Same thing. The apparent blood, close-up.
367,
Apparent blood on the inside armrest.
368,
That is the driver's side. That's the driver's side door, interior door,
369,
center console area of the vehicle.
370,
More apparent blood,
371,
same image, just overall.
372,
Another interior image of trying to capture blood, the shirt, everything in the front passenger seat or front driver's and passenger area.
373,
Close up on the shirt again.
374,
That's passenger side. A floorboard. With apparent blood,
375,
apparent blood on the the passenger side door, interior door,
376,
same image,
377,
same image, different angle,
378,
another image of that same area.
379,
Armrest with apparent blood.
380,
Armrest area and the door handle with apparent blood.
381,
Just another angle of the passenger side door with apparent blood.
382,
And that's a close-up with scale on the apparent bullet strike.
382,
Just a whole picture of the item 51, which was the cane that was discovered right next to the vehicle.
380, 384,
Apparent blood, just scaled down.
385,
Same image, but just overall the same area.
386,
Another close-up on it, scaled down.
387,
Just another angle shot with including the markers.
and 388.
Just another blood stain that I discovered and I marked it.
Show you what a marker takes to get 406.
Just an area of the location.
Yes. I would just be a map of the location,
Yes, sir.
and it's fairly accurate. It's a map.
Yes, I mean, it's a map. I don't know if it's representative of the area that I processed, but
You don't recognize the area?
not from overhead like that. I mean, Laredo's on there, so it's marked, but I mean,
You see
Without-
where you were.
I was at Sedillo. Hamilton, so.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Hamilton. I can't see it from there.
So as you process the vehicle, you're going through it from top to bottom.
That's correct, sir.
You're looking in the trunk,
Yes,
glove box.
yes,
What about underneath the seats?
yes.
And why do you do that?
Just making sure there was no projectiles or ballistics that were lodged underneath the seats and any kind of weapons that were maybe stored underneath the seat or whatever.
Okay, So in terms of the vehicle, no firearms,
None were discovered. No, sir.
no bladed instruments?
No, sir.
There is a piece of metal there, correct?
Yes, it was type, I think it was rebar. A strip of rebar.
Found a strip of rebar in the vehicle.
Yeah.
But other than that, nothing that could be used like a bat or anything like that?
No, sir, I didn't see anything like that.
And if you had found anything that could be used as a weapon, you certainly would have taken a picture of it
It would have been documented, it would have been collected.
and collected.
Yes, sir.
I pass the witness.
Defense.
Yes, Judge. You found a strip of rebar.
Yes, sir.
Did you take a picture of that?
Yes, sir. I also collected it.
Okay. Where was it in those photographs? Do you recall?
I mean, according to my report, said I collected it from the driver's front seat door jamb. So,
So this is marked as States Exhibit 368. Now that's the strip of rebar you were
Yes, sir.
speaking of.
yes, sir.
It's not small, is it?
No, I have measurements of 19, 3 and 4 in
Okay.
length.
And 19 inches is almost 2 feet, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's over a foot and a half.
Yes, sir.
Length of a barrel,
Um,
if it was a rifle.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, sir.
If I hit you with a piece of rebar, would it hurt?
Probably so.
Could that be used as a weapon?
Yes, sir. That's why I collected it.
Okay.
That's why I documented it.
Now, when you say apparent blood, what does that really mean?
Well, basically, we don't know that it's blood till it's been tested.
And so it appears to be blood.
It appears to be blood.
And
Yeah.
that's more accurate because it's not just apparent, it appears to be.
It appears to be blood.
Okay, and so sometimes images, or sometimes when you document things with images that are red, they may not be blood.
I've been pretty accurate almost my career, but yes, that
But
could
you-
be the situation.
But that's not something that's done. I mean, in order for it to be known as blood, it needs to be tested, correct?
Yes, and we do have field tests for that, to check to see if something is human blood or animal blood or whatever. That wasn't done at this time.
It wasn't done there?
No, it wasn't. done.
Okay.
It was just apparent to me, and that's why I documented and I collected them.
Fair enough. Now, did you collect any bullet fragments?
Negatives.
And from what we saw there, there was a bullet strike in the back windshield
Yes, sir.
and a bullet strike, I guess, through a headrest.
Yes, sir. The passenger side headrest.
And you didn't find any other bullet strikes in that vehicle, correct?
No, sir. Just a single one.
Do you know what caliber bullet struck that vehicle?
I have no idea. And I didn't collect any type of projectile whatsoever.
Ask the witness.
No further questions?
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, can I have parties approach? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's getting close to 5 o'clock, but there's a witness who will not be available if we don't call him today till Wednesday. So is everyone else okay with staying for this witness? All right, does anyone need a break? Oh, okay, all right, so we're gonna do a 10-minute break.
Thanks for giving me the day. off.
Yeah, right.
Appreciate you.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, Jerry?
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Ramos.
All right, if you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up. If you could state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Alberto Ramos, Alberto. Ramos, Ramos.
All right, state.
Officer Ramos, I take it you work for the San Antonio Police Department.
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
11 years, a little bit more.
And working for the San Antonio Police Department, how did you join the San Antonio Police Department?
I don't understand the question. Applying or,
You went to the academy?
yes, sir.
How long is the academy?
A little more than 8 months.
And then afterwards, you go with the field training officer,
Yes, sir.
and then you also have yearly in-service training.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you work, are you typically in a marked police car?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of uniform do you wear?
The one that I'm wearing right now.
Do you normally work by yourself or do you work with other people?
I normally work by myself, but sometimes I do work with a partner.
Now, are you assigned to patrol?
Yes, sir.
And when you're assigned to patrol, what are your primary duties?
Patrol is responding to calls, service that people call 911. So that's pretty much our main goal.
And so in 2018, what part of the city were you assigned to?
Downtown, sir, west of downtown. Central substation, I guess.
So the night of February the 2nd into the early morning of February the 3rd, 2018, were you working that day?
Downtown, sir.
And were you by yourself?
No, sir, I was with a partner. It was a 2-man unit. That's what we call it.
And who was your partner?
Officer Hernandez.
And so the two of you are on a 2-man unit?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of rare these days, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So why do we occasionally have 2-man units?
Is for direct patrol, mainly is to try to make traffic stops, try to stop drug deals or stop people doing field contacts, giving citations to panhandlers, depending what is the target area or whatever the thing that they tell us to do.
So on that particular night, were you dispatched out to, well, what were you doing around that time period?
We were looking for a traffic stop. Then the shooting came out and we got assigned as cover officers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So what were you doing first?
We were patrolling the area, directing patrol, trying to look for a traffic stop.
Were you looking for a suspect at the time or were you just driving around?
Okay, I'm sorry, you're asking before we got assigned to this call or on this call?
Well, let's start in the beginning.
Okay,
So what were you doing in the beginning?
in the beginning, we're just looking for a traffic stop. Okay, And then we heard the ETOM come out for the shooting in progress. We got assigned to this call, and then we went close to the area to look for the suspects or suspect.
You said an E-tone. What is an E-tone?
An E-tone is, I guess, on the radio, when a major incident comes out, the dispatcher press, I guess, the E-tone and is kind of making a sound, an alert for officers to know that a critical incident just occurred. And that way we can hear, we can, I guess, be aware of the situation that is going on around us. So
So you got an E-tone for what?
for shooting in progress.
And where were you at the time?
We were near, I want to say it was Zarzamora and Martin.
And so when you get this E-tone, what do you do?
We respond to the call. We start driving towards the location of where the call came out.
And who's driving? Is it you or is it Hernandez?
It was Officer Hernandez.
And you would then be in the passenger seat.
Yes, sir.
So you're heading to what location?
The area, looking for the suspect. We didn't really make the scene where the shooting came out because dispatcher gave some information and we were looking for suspects or suspect. We didn't know what we were really looking for at the moment.
So what area of the city are you sort of looking for suspect?
South of where we were at the location, from Martin and Zarzamora. It was a little bit south, maybe a few miles away.
And so what happened?
We got way down by Margarito and Benito.
You got waved down by Margarito Villa?
Yes, sir.
And when you say waved down, how'd that happen?
We were looking again for the suspects and he tried to talk to us, but at first we thought that it was unrelated to what we were assigned to. So we were trying to make them leave and so we can keep looking for the suspect, right? But then as we're leaving, he got out of the car and he told us that.
Object to hearsay.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained unless you're laying a foundation.
When he got out of the car and when you were talking to him, what was his demeanor like?
He was kind of in shock. It was hard to understand because I didn't know if he was trying to talk in English or Spanish, and we were trying to talk to him in English and Spanish, but it was just kind of in shock and weird, to be honest.
So when he was sort of in this sort of shock state and acting weird, what did he say?
He said,
Object to hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Can I take the witness on board? Diane?
Yes.
Officer Ramos,
yes, sir.
it had been roughly 20 minutes since the E-tone came out when you came into contact or was waved down by Margarita Vigil.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You don't know how much time it elapsed?
No, sir.
Safe to say maybe about 15 minutes?
Probably. Yes, sir.
And when he was talking to you, was he talking in a raised voice?
No, he was kind of calm. Like I said, he was.
Was he excited?
No, I don't remember.
He was pretty calm,
Yes, sir.
collected,
Yes, sir.
and he wasn't screaming.
No, that I remember.
Was he crying at that point?
I don't think so, sir.
May we approach?
Yes.
So when you spoke to the driver, Margarito, you said that he was in shock.
He appeared to be in shock.
And while he appeared to be in the shock state, what did he say?
He said that several people with rifles busted them up a couple of blocks south of the location.
Were you able to get a location?
No, I don't think he knew where he was at, to be honest.
He said somewhere within a couple blocks.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I may approach.
Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 406. This is a map of the area,
Yes, sir.
fairly and accurately represents the area,
Yes, sir.
and where was roughly the stop was.
This is, I guess. Is this north? So it was around this area
About which two streets?
over here. So Saltillo and Hampton. Somewhere. Between this,
Saltillo and Hamilton.
yes, sir.
Oh. I'll let you try.
Not the red button.
You gonna admit it?
Try.
Are you gonna admit it?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna offer State's Exhibit number 406 and offer it in evidence at this time.
I mentioned it on the report, it was the 1500 block of South Hamilton. So it's roughly where I said.
Can I just ask him one question?
Yes, you can take the
When
witness.
Mr.
on voir dire.
Ishimoto was, I'm sorry, Judge.
You may take the witness on voir dire.
When Mr. Ishimoto was showing you State's Exhibit 406. Were you able to identify the location where the?
That's the area. It doesn't have the block number, but I put 1500 block. And I'm just on my memory, I think it was Saltillo and Hamilton,
Okay.
the 1500 block. I'm
So-
not too sure.
So on State's Exhibit 406, you don't know exactly where the vehicle was stopped.
On the 1500 block. That's what I'm saying.
No objection.
State Exhibit 47 is, I'm sorry, 46 is admitted into evidence.
You said roughly Saltillo
Yes, sir.
and Hamilton,
Yes, sir.
or somewhere around there. Okay, and that would be part right there, adjacent to the Cassiano course.
Yes, sir.
And Cassiano course, are they that hand?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially, when you talked to Margarito Vigil and Benito Gallegos, did you notice anything at first? In terms of-
I'm sorry, in terms of what?
Did you notice that there was I'm sorry. Did you notice at first the bullet through the glass?
No, sir. We didn't notice until he brought it up to our attention.
And then when he brought it up, well, was it dark out?
Yes, sir. It was,
Raining?
yes, sir.
And so when he brought it to your attention, what happened?
I shined my light on the rear windshield and I noticed that it was shattered. So then before that, we saw Benito getting out of the car and I thought that he was intoxicated because he was unsteady on his feet and he was just stumbling. And we asked the driver, that is Margarito, what was wrong with Benito? And he said he was probably shot. And that's when we got kind of like alerted and we got out of the car and went over there and checked, and that's when Margarito shows the rear view, the rear windshield glass broken. So that's when we noticed.
Person who had been shot was in the passenger seat.
Yes, sir, on the front passenger.
That would be 69-year-old Benito Gallegos.
Yes, sir.
And so when he got out of the car, how far did he get?
Not that far, maybe 5 feet away, and I'm talking maybe that's a lot.
So once he got out of 4 or 5 feet, what happened?
He collapsed. He went to the ground.
Did you try to talk to him?
Yes.
Were you able to get past him?
No, he was kind of quiet. Like I said, I thought that he was drunk. Okay, I didn't know that he was shot. We started looking around, and that's when we noticed that he was shot in the head.
So noticing that he had been shot in the head, what'd you guys do?
We requested EMS, and we were just trying to talk to him to get information of what happened. I remember again, we were trying to talk to him in Spanish and English because we didn't know what he was gonna be able to answer us, but it was harder for us to understand what he was saying.
Was he initially wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
I guess, did he take the hat off?
I want to say we told him to remove the hat, or I told him to remove it because it was hard for us to see. Usually when there's black clothing involved, it's hard to see that somebody is bleeding because you can not tell. So I do remember when he removed the hat, the hat had like a little mark from the bullet. So.
But you were able to, I guess, look at his injury?
Yes and no, because of the hair, I want to say. I didn't really know where he was bleeding too much. I just remember the blood,
Blood on the hat and
yeah. But I didn't really could tell where was he injured from.
But he just pretty much immediately collapsed.
Yes, sir. After he got out of the car.
And so after he collapsed, what did you do?
We requested EMS and just try to talk to him, try to get the information of where this happened.
And do you know the relationship between the driver and the passenger?
No, sir. I think they were friends.
And so what was your partner doing?
He was also trying to get information from the driver as I'm trying to talk to the passenger.
And did someone call for an ambulance?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I guess how long before an ambulance arrived?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know.
But an ambulance did transport him
Yes, sir.
to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
And so at this point, I guess that car is sort of a crime scene right now.
Yes, sir.
The car that they were in, what kind of car was it?
I want to say it was a Ford Focus, 2018, gray in color, 4-door.
It was in 2018, but it was
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a 2009 Ford Focus. Yeah, and license plate expired in 2018.
and this was a gray vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And so you then treat this vehicle as sort of another crime scene.
Yes, sir.
So what do you do?
We just stood by until it got processed.
But during this time, You certainly had the opportunity to look in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you see any weapons or anything? You see any guns?
No, sir.
How about any bladed instruments?
Any what, sir?
Knives, anything sharp?
No, that I remember. No.
Certainly, if you've seen any weapon, you would have written it down.
Yes, sir.
And then you secure the car until an evidence check can go through it.
Yes, sir.
If I may approach.
Yes.
So you what's been marked as state's exhibit number
337.
337. Inside of it is a disc.
Yes, sir.
And you recognize your initial,
Yes, sir.
and you had an opportunity to review this disc.
Yes, sir.
And what is the disc of?
The COVID.
The camera that's in your police car.
Yes, sir. The dashboard camera.
Does the state's exhibit 337 fairly and accurately represent what happened?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender what's marked as state's exhibit number 37, offering into evidence at this time, subject to our stipulation. 337.
No objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 337 is admitted.
Officer, you've been waiting all this time with Officer Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
I'll play this off a video on Monday.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And so at some point while you're keeping that particular Ford Focus secure, were you relieved by another police officer?
Yes, sir.
And how did that work?
Because we pass the end of our shift. It usually ends at 3 a.m. and I believe we got relief like around, it was daylight, so I don't remember the time. But we got relieved by Officer Ochoa. In the morning, it was already daylight, like I said. I don't remember what time was it. We were there for hours, so.
We were talking to Margarito, the driver, while he was in the still shock state. Did you ask him what happened to the passenger?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
That he probably got shot.
Past witness?
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Ramos, based upon your interactions with Margarito Vigil that night, you believed he was intoxicated?
I don't know.
You wrote in your report that you believed he was intoxicated.
Okay, I was talking about the Benito.
Okay.
When he got out of the car, he was stumbling. I thought that he was intoxicated. I wasn't talking about Margarito.
Margarito Vigil said that several people with rifles busted them up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he able to describe those individuals?
I don't remember.
If he was able to describe those individuals, that would have been in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Was either Margarito Vigil or Benito Gallegos able to tell you how many individuals it was?
I don't remember. I just put several. So.
That would have been in your report if they told you an exact number, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. neither one of those individuals was able to tell you where it occurred.
No, sir.
Neither one of them was able to tell you how it occurred.
I just remember that they said that in the area. So
Okay. That area of town, is it a safe area or kind of a dangerous area?
well, you're asking somebody who deals with crime everywhere, so I can tell you that crime is everywhere.
Okay, so, but you were assigned as patrol that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your job is to look for traffic violations and make field contacts.
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what a field contact is.
Field contact is seeing somebody committed an offense, talking to them, and try to develop more from the stuff.
So like a field contact is someone who is standing on a street corner and you and your partner go up and talk to him, ask him for his ID to make sure they don't have warrants, make sure they're not committing any crimes.
It's mainly suspicious activity.
Okay. That's not the type of stuff you do over in Stone Oak, right? You don't make any field contacts in Stone Oak?
Well, I don't work that area, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay. You work this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's mainly downtown. Central is all downtown, but I'm assigned to downtown. Not, this is considered like the west of downtown, but it's still considered downtown.
Okay, thank you, officer. Did you notice any odor of alcohol on Margarito Vigil or Benito Gallegos' breath?
I don't remember, sir.
They told you that they were busted up with several people with rifles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the exact weapon that they said was used?
Rifles, yes, sir.
And Benito Gallegos wasn't able to really tell you anything, is that correct?
No, sir. That I remember.
So all you know at this point is that Benito Gallegos had been shot in the back of the head, but you don't know where or when or by whom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
State.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excused.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and defense. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break at this point. We're going to come back on Monday at 1:30. Again, remember my instructions about the parking. So a lot of people go to lunch during that time, so you should have some good parking. Remember my instructions, everything you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. You're not to do any investigation or take note of anything that may appear on social media or in newspapers or anything of that nature. Does everyone understand?